Okay, so it is June 25th on a Tuesday, 2019. We are here now. Last week we were down in Newbury Park, Aroma Cafe. We are now out here in Calabasas area where I grew up. I went to Calabasas High. I lived in Hidden Hills. My father lived in a house on DeSoto Avenue, San Luis. Once my family got divorced when I was 13, and then my father moved up here into Calabasas, ironically right next to where Carissa Brand's family lived when I was at Calabasas High, who they're working the tactic of I supposedly put her in a mental institution because I'm the horrible devil child, even though I had no contact with her. A couple of now and thens with Paul Humphrey because she was dating Paul Humphrey, like we spoke about last time, and the same tactic with Scott Jellin, where everyone called Melonhead, trying to say that with Joel Littman and Brian Weaver that I supposedly pushed I almost said Melonhead. Scott Jellin to suicide. I can't tell you if he actually killed himself or not. I just know that that's the tactic that they're working on, that Kevin's the devil child that's doing all these horrible things to people, and so karma's coming back around and he needs to be hunted and killed and die by worldwide support. Okay, so sorry.
No, it's okay. I just didn't know who Carissa Brand.
Carissa Brands. She was a blonde that was dating Paul Humphrey. My friend at 14 sent after me at the same time with Mike Huntley. Mike Huntley drove the yellow Beetle. Paul Humphrey had a Beetle too. The dynamics, which I didn't think about until after 29, was they're all coming from my brother. Remember, my brother and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution. He and his friends, my brother's threat to me, his death threat, he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution. It was a little more less direct, but enough there that it's obvious what he was saying and doing based on his actions. Now, Mike Huntley's easy. He came from my brother, and I was a year older than my friends from being pushed back a grade, so I hung out with my brother's friends now and then. Paul Humphrey is a little more complicated. I didn't make the connection that Joe Humphrey, his older brother, was in my brother's class. So you can understand how people are being contacted coming from that direction and saying, befriend my younger brother. Do these things to him. And so they were working the good guy, bad guy, like Mike Huntley's my friend and Paul's here to drive me insane, and Mike's going to try to get any reaction to use against me and give it out to the world. If Paul drives me crazy and I say something to Mike, Mike's going to collect it and go, Kevin's a horrible monster, look what he's doing to Paul. Taking out the interpersonal, the boundaries of relationships on any level. It's like going out on a date and your mother having every word verbatim that you ever said to the girl, and she's picking apart each thing, going, well, you harassed this girl because you said, hey, you. And then worldwide groups hunting you down and saying, you know what you did with nothing specific, and you're a horrible, abusive, mean bully, and you're saying, because I said, hey, you? Okay,
where
so
there's nothing wrong.
So it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so, and there are things that people wouldn't normally do. Normally, those people would be shunned for what they're doing to me. Where things really don't break down and make any sense until you realize that they're actually government operations with the psychology community. Okay, so we're in Calabasas. I went to Calabasas High. We are next to a Starbucks, which is pretty much on every corner. Remember, the Starbucks Corporation has invested millions with the government and police to try to eradicate me worldwide. Even statements to policeabuse.com by paying off the police to follow me from place to place, saying Kevin's not allowed at a Starbucks in the world. Yes, the world. So what you might be asking is, if Kevin walks into a Starbucks and some guy goes, I don't like his kind, and then he tries to provoke me and he can't get the reaction he wants, and then Starbucks fabricates a few lies about me at a single location, why wouldn't I be allowed at any location in the world? Unless, and what tools would it take to notify worldwide Starbucks. By this way, this isn't just Starbucks. It's Coffee Bean, Pete's, every restaurant, every shopping mall, every stranger I'm in contact with almost in the world.
Right.
So none of it makes any sense.
No. And did you find out about that by that letter? Or how did you...
First you're being attacked from 100 to 1,000 people per hour from 2001, 2002 to 2009 or something, to the point where they get so angry that they can't get rid of you at every location in the world.
Anyone you've ever been to?
Remember, back in, I'm going to just say 2009 approximately, nothing was ever said to me.
Right.
It's just, how can we get rid of you? And we want those reactions to try to say, look what you did.
So like the nonverbal stuff.
Correct. So nothing's ever said to begin with. We just don't want you here. I've never seen any of these people in my life, just like here.
Right.
And each one will take turns in anger and rage, and then they'll go, I don't know you.
Right.
Okay? Now this tactic, which I've just explained, starts at 5 years old, going from high school to college, back to here, stranger after stranger, people contacting me on IRC, internet-related chat in 95, all across the entire world, taking turns in anger and rage on me across the internet. So you have to sort of ask yourself, in 1994 the internet comes to be, it's in a very simple form.
Right.
In 1995, 6 and 7, Kevin's being social, trying to meet people, go to IRC parties, and every person on IRC he's in contact with, even the ones in Las Vegas, Florida, Philippines, doesn't matter, all have angles and have been given information.
What did you think before you were adding all this up? Were you just like, that's weird?
I didn't know what was going on up until 29, and then at 29, Mike Hunley, we're using the system against you. I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with. Have a good life now. You're out of control for California, whatever that means.
Weird.
Going from weird statements, then singing World of Paranoia, and then everyone's saying I'm paranoid, right? Things like this. And then you connect the dots. Well, there was a guy named Paranoid on IRC in 97 trying to make me paranoid. Okay, so, and 100,000 other people on IRC doing the similar things. So, what do you think? Do you know anyone on this planet that wakes up at 29 going, there's a worldwide campaign to kill me in suggestive thuggings with psychological warfare tactics, and each person that lashes out in anger and rage says, I don't know you and look what you did to me.
Right.
It's unheard of.
It is.
In history of humanity. Right. It's unheard of. But these tactics do derive from Adolf Hitler and his regimes and KKK tactics. Okay, so anyways, I don't want to go too far off topic. We're in Calabasas. When I texted Brittany, Brittany, where are you? When you get here, take a look in the parking lot and observe it. And now you can tell us what you've seen in the parking lot here today, right now.
Well, yeah, a large percentage, like 50% of the cars are
50% backwards.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you noticed, but there's groupings in 2s and 3s backwards. That's a common tactic.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it more obvious. For example, in 2011 at Encino's Starbucks, they get mad at me because Kevin parked his car backwards once. Back in 2011, all the video I have, everyone's forward. Everywhere.
Okay.
Like 95% of every lot is forward. Now, all across the U.S. and probably world, a good 40% of the cars are backwards. What made people magically change their parking habits all at the same time?
Right.
Is that possible?
You wouldn't think. I wouldn't.
I mean, are we cyborg?
No.
Wait. Are we Borg? Did you ever watch Star Trek?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, unless we're all Borg with hive minds or whatever the hell, and everyone's controlled by one being, it's impossible to happen without some people being told, based on some form of communication to the masses, the internet, SMS tools, email list systems, websites, are all easily buildable, and I myself have the knowledge to build 80% of that, and I'm a crappy programmer.
Well, I mean, and at first you could think it was like coincidence if you see one time one parking lot backwards or whatever. But if it's repeated over and over and over, then it's like.
But not only that, the 40% no plates.
Right. No, you're right.
Not only that, but maybe 2 blue Priuses pull up, park together, and then maybe
over and over
2 red XTRs park up, and where I'm sitting, and they pull up next to me, and then maybe someone sits in the car giving me a mean look, and then maybe I'm forced after 10 years, 100,000 people a day to take a picture and say, look what these people are doing. Right. Then they're running around going, look, they took my picture and he's violating me and provoking me and things like this, right?
Right.
Okay, so because at this point, you being hunted and killed needs to be documented because they're not going to stop. Okay, so, and like, for example, just like now, there's people in yellow shirts.
Oh, yeah.
Right, there's one behind us, and there's one in front of me. Here he comes. And on my way leaving the house, I was talking into another camera saying we're going to probably see yellows, groups of people in yellows, and even arriving here, there were 2 XTRs, yellow XTRs, and the relevance of the XTRs are a guy and girl by my house and 2 different yellow XTRs stalking me at Gateway Plaza over there on Topanga and Ventura, trying to make it look like I'm perving on a girl and things like this, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you see the cars. Now, last week at Aroma Cafe, and by the way, I have about an hour and a half video after you left.
Yeah.
When we got to Aroma Cafe last week, everything was very normal.
Yeah. The
cars were all forwards. The people were wearing normal clothing. The people were polite. At about 12:15 to 12:20, Brittany left at 12:30 p.m. The attack started ramping up, the honking horns and twos, the cars showing up. Most of them were still forward, a couple more backwards, but the clothing patterns were ramping up, and they weren't as aggressive as like here. But you could see the 2 people show up in like stripes at the same time and these types of things. So on last week's video, I have about an hour and a half after our conversation, which is pretty boring to watch, but it's all there. Showing Kevin went to somewhere he's never been.
Right.
All the cars are, I was first going to ask you, but Brittany, what did the cars look like at Newberry Park in that parking lot?
It was very normal, like you said. There were no backwards.
All were forwards, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, once we talk about human behavior, how is it that this lot, Brittany's saying, and I agree, about 50% of these cars are backwards in this lot, but at Aroma Cafe, at Aroma Cafe, all the cars are forwards.
Right.
Seem kind of, you have a psychology degree, does that seem a little...
Well, I mean, I don't know about like the psychology degree, but like looking at, just seeing it, it's
okay,
very
from
different.
Statistical analysis or human behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it strange that Calabasas, let's put it this way, Calabasas people in the rest of the world after 2011, but we can pretend I don't know that, 40 to 50% lots are parking backwards, except down at Aroma Cafe in Newberry Park.
Right. What do you think about why that was?
Well, I mean, I just explained it.
But like, is it because it was a new place and I was there too?
It's a combination of things. It's first they know where I'm going before I go there.
Right.
My phones are all tapped. My text messages all get spewed out to the masses. They got cameras from the Metro, Warner Center Met, pointed at my house where people come out instantly across the entire neighborhood when I walk out the door with specific clothing colors or the ones I'm wearing. Mm-hmm. Everything is controlled and collected on the most minute NSA level data mined tactic. Also, I told you to look out for the green shirts. Here's
and stripes.
And like for today, walking out of my house, there were groups of people with green shirts. So I said, Brittany, make sure you point out the green shirts or green and blacks or camos. Because today's tactics are gray and blacks, stripes, possibly red and blacks, greens, green and blacks. We're probably going to hear horn honkings twice like usual, whatever. And the car's backwards, and the car's backwards in 2 to 3. So, and all blacks. There's one over there. Okay, so Aroma was all forward. Now, do you remember when we went to Panera Bread in Westlake?
Yes.
Okay, what was the parking lot?
Well, didn't it change? Because when I got there were some backwards, but not that many. Right?
Do you remember how...
Oh, the call?
Just try to regurgitate what you remember.
Like the patterns and stuff? Or are you talking about the parking lot?
No, the parking lot, like how many cars were forwards and backwards and where?
Well, when I first pulled in, it was not hardly any. And then, so
Correct.
There were more.
I don't know if you remember. You say it on camera, so I guess I can...
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to picture in my brain.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, too, but it's all on video, on that video. When she got there, and when I got there, this huge lot, about the size of this huge lot. I mean, let's say, what do you think, 5,000 or 10,000
there was a
spots?
Lot. A lot.
Almost every car was forwards.
Right.
But when you got close to Panera Bread,
there was some backwards,
there was a good 10 or 15 backwards. And after I arrived, which Brittany wasn't there yet, I was watching people pull up next to me backwards and things like that. Mm-hmm. So the progression from the human behavior was everything's normal away from where Kevin's going.
Right.
But where Kevin is either going or could go, that's very important. Mm-hmm. Example. Kevin likes to chill out at coffee shops, get work done at coffee shops, be social at coffee shops.
Yeah.
Kevin, for some reason, is not allowed to go to coffee shops or restaurants or supermarkets or shopping malls or bars or talk to people or date women or play pool.
Things you enjoy.
But more importantly, we know Kevin likes, example, we know Kevin likes to play pool and we know Kevin likes coffee shops. Therefore, every coffee shop and pool hall in the world is given these mental illness tactics to stop me from going to these places. With weird sayings like, well, you know, you frequent that place.
So,
well, that's why they built the place, is to frequent it.
Right, and people have, like, their normal spots they go to. It's not unusual at all.
I mean, it's fair to say that everyone probably stops off at a coffee shop before on the way to work and gets coffee, right?
Right, a large number of people.
Okay, so when I first started going to coffee shops in 2001, I would go to the Starbucks by my house and read a newspaper for 30 minutes and try to wake up and then go to the office. But Kevin's not allowed.
Right.
Why? And if Kevin keeps doing it, we're going to hunt him down, kill him, lock him in jail for the rest of his life, incarcerate him for life for crimes of going to a coffee shop.
Right. It's normal.
Correct. So we can't really understand the whys except for things like his kind can't exist.
And that's another why.
Yeah, and then it comes to the next why, but the whys are now on the level of Adolf Hitler hate crimes. Right?
Right, because it makes no sense.
Yeah. And then we have a weird family running around, well, everything needs to be within moderation, so you're only allowed to have one coffee per month. Just things that don't make any sense, right?
Right.
I even had a guy online last month go, well, you drink too much coffee.
Really?
And I'm thinking like, well, first of all, what's it to you?
And second of
why
all,
do you care? Second of all,
what defines too much?
So you're saying 1 to 2 coffees per day is too much, and then of course I made a sarcastic joke like, well, you do know that once you piss it out, you have room for more. You know, I mean, right. What am I dealing with here? A worldwide group of 1-year-olds that are retards? Okay,
it's right. I mean, why does it matter? I think like a lot of people. I mean, I drink 2 cups at least a day. You know?
Correct, and then all these people are here all day at coffee shops, and nobody cares.
Oh yeah.
But Kevin can't do it.
Right. Doesn't make sense.
And the "it's not fair" doesn't fly, okay?
But it's not.
It's not fair, but that argument is applied to things within reason and not. Every day I hop in my car and run over your legs, and you know what, Kevin? It's just not fair, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay, well, you running over my legs every day is probably going to get you killed, and you know what? It's just not fair either. You know?
There's no solution.
Yeah, and so, okay, so now... I wrote some quick notes. So the parking lot was important. So you understand that the behavioral changes, whether we go to this parking lot and then all of a sudden the 2 before this, or spread out, everything's normal.
Right.
Shows
what?
Manipulation, conspiracy,
everything
people being contacted on some level, unless they're like flocking birds. There is communication based around my life to do things to me, which is the crime of all crimes. There's no justification.
No.
You can't justify it.
No.
Because what that says is you don't have constitutional rights or protections.
Right.
You go to a coffee shop, we're going to hunt you and kill you because we feel that you shouldn't go to coffee shops.
Right.
Well, isn't that... Is that what the United States is built on?
No.
Right.
What about... Did you want to talk about
Yeah,
this,
we need to go through this. Actually, first we need to go through all this. And I'm going to try to speed it up.
Okay.
Okay, so first, let's see. Okay, so this was meant for last week.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I'm going to need that in a second.
Okay.
This is an email I got last week at 7:23 a.m. before leaving to go see Brittany at Aroma Cafe. Sorry, I'm trying to find my camera app so I can make sure we're recording. Okay, so I get this email, and it is a spoofed spammy. It's not a spam, but it's a spoofed targeting email. I don't know what you'd call it. Okay, it says from Patricia Vilas, which is an employee that was at my father's office when I worked there. When I started work, when he first hired me around, I'm guessing 2005. She was there for maybe even until I quit. But he had a satellite office out in Lancaster. Mm-hmm. And she was spouting off things about how she was going through Dennis Ainbinder, my father's ex-partner's things, and finding out all these things about the guy. Well, it turns out, I don't want to get too sidetracked, but it turns out that me always believing what my father told growing up, and Dennis was his horrible partner, orthopedic surgeon partner. Right. And Dennis decided to split up after my father went to trial for some kind of weird marketing thing.
Really?
Yeah, supposedly the cops were trying to make a statement about the medical industry and sort of targeting him, supposedly. Okay. And he was doing some kind of marketing that went against, like marketing kickbacks that went against the medical industry, something that's really fairly insignificant. Mm-hmm. And they wanted to make an example of him. Now I don't know if it's even true because I've seen who he really is.
What year was that, did you say?
God. I was at University of Colorado when they arrested him or whatever. So I would have been 25 or something. Okay. Probably younger. He said the trial was 5 years, which seems kind of long, and it looks like he won on appeals or something. I'm not sure, but
he didn't have to go to jail during
it wasn't some huge, it was like tiny little kickbacks, and they started investing. I don't know. After this, my father's partner said I want to split up, and then Dennis was the bad guy, and I always sort of believed from the things my father said Dennis was the bad guy just because you trust your father.
Yeah, of course.
And then I can remember at around 29, maybe 38, going out to one of his evil terrorized Kevin lunches, and him and Fernanda see me, one of the Latin girls working on me for these setups and trying to work with people to run me out of my property and all these things, which started on me from day one, saying how Dennis was this horrible guy and this and that. And I'm thinking, what? Okay, let's take the horrible out of the equation. Yeah. If you're partners with some guy that was arrested and you want these charges thrown on him, it makes common sense. Probably any partner's going to go, I don't want to be around that guy for the safety of myself, right?
Absolutely.
So anyways, you kind of understand their mentality and the people around them and this mobster. You don't walk away from us. You don't talk. You're a bad person if you walk away from me. Right. We have to follow you from place to place if you walk away from me. Right. Blood is thicker than water in a mobster context. Okay, so I get this email. It says from Patricia Vilas, who my father had an office, satellite office out in Lancaster. She was one of the people telling me when you go home, you should open up your XKR Jaguar on the freeway, trying to set me up with the police and things like that.
Oh, no. Oh. What is this guy?
He's a camera.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Brittany's being careless and reckless.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
By the way, that
it's
careless and recklessness in my life would mean killing me. Okay, so you know, we don't need to really talk about how I know she was working with the police other than a pattern of behavior with the rest of them. She wanted to set me up for reckless driving, especially with Dincy's lies that I'm a reckless driver, right? Okay, so obviously showing that Dincy's paid off by my father. Okay, so so this email by Patricia Vilas, but once you dig a little deeper, because my email, I turn on the ability to look at all the email details.
Even if it's
like what server it's coming from?
Yeah.
You can do that on any email client.
Can you see the other ones that are like the
okay, look.
Whatever?
From Patricia Vilas, but then richard.harvey at azuraengineering.com.
That's like, that's weird.
And I looked up the website, it's in like China or Japan.
Okay.
So this email is actually coming from out of the country. You know, where exactly, and then you can, but here's the thing. Now it's going on a bulk list. The people in the list are people in my father's office. Is this the right one? Let's see.
I think so. That's the one last week.
BC, Gail. So the point is that this is a strategic list.
Is that your old email?
Yeah.
Okay,
so K Perlman at gssmedical.com. Russell looks like something with my father and his wife.
So how did they get your email if they also had your other?
Okay, so this is the thing. Well, most of these are coming from my father's office or sent out to my father's office. They're also emails going to random
people.
Correct. People that aren't in my father, like my father's friends and things like that.
Weird.
Like Sanferos at Juno.com. So, for example, someone's targeting GSSmedical.com. Hey, I have a list of all the GS, but yet they have outside emails, my house,
right?
People. Anyway, make a long story short, it's not coming from Patricia Vilas. Just like that guy that, remember the thug guy that.
Which one?
The guy that attacked me saying trying to blackmail me, we have email proof that you're sending emails to yourself.
While you were walking?
Okay. And then I print out the emails with the threats on them and with them getting password information from Golden State to my house showing a strategic targeting, and then the same type of thing, spoofed emails, trying to make it on the surface look like I'm sending them to myself, showing the connected events, and then Officer Lee saying, I'm not going to help you, just die.
Right.
Showing that he's connected to the people they're sending after me. Right? Well, anyway, to make a long story short, this email is not coming from Patricia Vilas, but it is targeted to a group of people that were in my life and me strategically. It's not a random spam email. Right? It's not buy Starkist tuna and blah, blah, blah. There's personal information and going to different locations and places and parties, showing that whoever compiled the list is strategically creating it for a reason. Okay, and then, of course,
the message.
All the email is, in the end, is sup warmly Patricia with some weird reputableWriters.com ethics. Okay, so second, green camo. Now remember, they're mad at me for writing books about my life and putting up a website stating that these people won't leave me alone and this is who's doing what, blah, 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 trying to make me think that I'm unethical when talking about your murderers hunting you down, trying to kill you is not unethical.
Right.
Okay.
Did you click on that link or no?
I don't think I did because
is it a virus?
I don't click on links from people in China with strategic.
No, that's probably a good idea. I was just wondering.
I might have put it in a sandbox environment or something, but I don't think I exerted because I ran out of the house so fast to meet you. So you can have that, whatever. Okay, so next thing.
Do you want a coffee at all? Or are you good?
I got it.
I'm trying to see if the line is non-existent anymore.
I thought you got coffee.
No, remember the line was too long, so I came back up.
Okay, let's do one more of these and you could do the coffee.
Yeah, perfect. It's cleared out. So.
Okay, where are we? Okay, so this...
Is this different?
Yeah, this is different. Okay, so this is interesting. I get this letter. First I get an email. Then I get a letter from a... Shania Tyler.
Okay.
By the way, ironically, this letter, the signature looks like "Love You."
Oh my gosh, yeah, it does. Whoa.
This is an official letter. This was put in the front of my gate. I found this last night, the front of the gate entrance to my house. From law offices.
Really? Los Angeles
County Public Defender. Now, she doesn't seem threatening on the surface, and I still haven't had a full conversation with her. And this is just an email stating basically the same thing.
Do you care if I read it?
Yeah, you can even have it, but you can read it. And probably read it out loud really quick, or the important part.
Okay. Investigation, read Troy. Who's Troy Barnes?
Okay, I'll read it and I'll explain.
Okay. Dear Mr. Perlman, the Los Angeles County Public Defender has been appointed by the court to represent the defendant in the above reference case. We have information that you were involved in an incident involving Peace Officer Cole Lewison, serial 43136, employed by the Los Angeles Police Department. Our office would like to discuss this incident with you. Please contact me at 818-374-2885 on any weekday between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 5 p.m. If I'm not in, please leave a telephone number where you can be reached during the day or evening. This is very urgent matter, and your cooperation will be greatly appreciated. That's weird.
Okay, well, it is weird for several reasons. First, you remember the internal affairs letter last week that you got? That you saw?
Yeah.
Okay, what did the internal affairs letter say?
That it was like unfounded, right?
Correct. Even though Officer Lee had a body cam showing that he was not going to help me and things like this, they said they couldn't find anything, and you kind of spouted off, what, this is all crazy. I mean, you have proof of all these things.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, you did.
So, internal affairs is stating, this is where things get sketched. Okay, first just kind of notice the old guy. Okay, so internal affairs says, Kevin, you're crazy, blah, 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 nothing's happening. Even though I have endless proof, and Officer Lee has a body camera saying, I'm not going to help you, and the perp walks by and he doesn't help me.
Right.
Okay. Keep that in context. He's not going to help me, and he's not going to arrest the guy or talk to the guy, the perp walking in front of him.
I know.
Okay, all on camera. Internal Affairs says we can't find anything. That with 100 other related videos from across multiple years, FBI calls, everything else, showing beyond any reasonable doubt, known to man, that I have just 15 terabytes of aces, if you want to call it a game, to just expose these scumbags for what they're doing to my life.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay. So they have no argument, but they won't help me.
Right.
Okay. But more importantly, Internal Affairs is saying, hey, this guy's crazy, whatever. We didn't find anything. And,
this is yesterday, yeah?
Yeah. And what's weird about that is I've texted her once, I've emailed her through multiple emails, and I left a message.
No.
So why is the letter? Oh, and another weird thing is people keep propping the gate open and putting tape because they want someone to come in, which I took off, and so they left it at the front gate, but it seems like it was all sort of strategically, we want her to come to your door.
Okay.
Weird. Okay, so...
You don't care if I write on this?
No, you can have that. Okay, so Barnes... Anyways, I'm going to call her later, but... So I look up what the hell's going on, and this starts a couple months ago. So here's the case. This is the lacourt.org case information. Now, Barnes is arrested for a 148A1, which, looking up on the internet, and I could be wrong, looks like a, what is it? Resisting arrest. Although, oddly enough, he's not arrested for any crime.
Who is Barnes? It's Troy Barnes.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know who Troy Barnes is. Is he the guy that attacked me? The skinhead guy that Officer Lee said, we're not going to help you, and I called Internal Affairs. Now remember, Officer Lee was with a partner, but I don't know who the partner is.
Right.
Okay, important. Theoretically, Troy Barnes could be the bald guy which you saw in video attacking me working with the police.
Who was rude, then tried to be nice, then was super rude.
Well,
again?
he said you're a liar and this and that, and then I said it's all on video, and that's when he attacked me. Remember, he followed me back. He doubled back.
He
Didn't
did.
want me talking to people. Told me he has dirt on me and this and that. Told me I'm not allowed to use the evidence of the police trying to break in my house because it's a crime for me to have it because they didn't sign consents.
Yeah, no.
Like the latest thing is your criminal has to sign consents to be on video when they're killing you. Okay, so
Oh my gosh, yeah.
right? Okay, so if I'm not a lawyer,
guilty.
but if he was arrested for resisting arrest, why isn't there a charge for a crime?
Right.
Something I just picked up. I thought about. Like normally be like, burglary, resisting arrest, right? I
Right.
mean, you don't just
Resist
arrest for no reason. Okay. Now the name Cole Lewison, I have no damn clue who that is.
Okay.
Now you have to understand that I've been through hundreds of corrupt cops hunting me.
Right.
So I don't know whose name's what, this and that, but what I do know is that this case is around the time period
In case pending.
of that attack.
Okay. And it says
He's in
not
pre-trial.
guilty, but
He's
case
pled.
pending.
He's
Oh,
pled
okay,
not
okay.
guilty, and it's in pre-trial now.
Okay.
And so now the defense attorney, the public defenders are calling me saying, Kevin, you had a run-in. You called internal affairs. You had a run-in with Lewis.
Right.
I have no clue who Lewis is. Now, is Lewis Lee's partner? Could be,
Lewison?
could not be. Who is Barnes? I don't know. Is this the guy that attacked me? Right? You see how
Right.
things... So, first of all,
Weird. I'm gonna look it up.
First of all, let's just theoretically say Lewison was Lee's sidekick.
Mm-hmm.
There's always two of them. And Lee says, we're not going to help you. I won't take the video. We're not going to help you. I won't take the proof of the crime. I'm not going to help you, and I'm not going to talk to guy or say anything or do anything. I'm going to just walk the other way and say, Kevin, you're crazy, while belittling you.
Right.
Me calling internal affairs, let's say theoretically they arrested him afterwards, and then the defense attorney calls me, not knowing who the hell Troy Barnes is,
Right.
going, Kevin, will you help us get this guy off? Because
that
cops
what-
are saying he resisted arrest, something weird like this, right? You see the weird
It's very
possibilities. But more importantly, so this case is right around the time where the guy attacked me and I reported to the police, which said they won't help me. Now defense attorneys are saying, well, you called internal affairs on a cop that's a crooked cop.
Right.
So we want you, for our defense, for the guy that attacked you, that the cops wouldn't help you with.
Right.
They're all corrupt. The cops are working with the guy and this and
This
that.
is so weird.
Now, I don't know, like I said, I don't know who Troy Barnes is. I don't know if it's a different person. I don't know who Cole Lewisman, but one thing I can tell you is when I contacted Internal Affairs, I didn't mention the name Cole Lewison.
No.
I mentioned Officer Lee and 100 incidences before that for years. Okay, so whatever. This is just the case. There's not much.
That's interesting.
This is just his trial dates, like the pre-trial hearings, and. But once again, I don't see Barnes. I don't see any actual crime. Just
No.
possibility of resisting arrest.
Which
Seems
is
kind of
weird.
strange,
Why are they
right?
arresting him? Yeah.
And of course, Shania or whatever is doing the bye-byes with the angry. I'm working with Detective Angela Stewart with the angry bye-byes. So what am I supposed to think, right?
Right. It's weird.
Okay, so now that we got the paperwork out of the way, we can go back to the questions. Did you want to get a coffee?
I do. Do you want one though?
No, I got one right here.
Are you sure you have enough?
Yeah.
Okay. You're allowed to have at least 2 coffees a day.
Well, I'm allowed to have as much as I want. I'm
I
allowed
know.
to puke for the rest of the day if I want.
I was just kidding. No.
But yeah.
Are you sure you don't want anything? The water.
No, I'm cool.
Water.
Yeah.
You good? No water?
Nope.
Okay. Ice water? In a cup? Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I feel it. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so Brittany's back. She's got her coffee.
Thank
Some
you.
Starbucks kind of sort of okay coffee, but since they've taken over the world on every corner, that's what we're forced to drink instead of cool coffee shops like other countries have where they're all private, unique.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's a whole capitalistic debate on how big business is knocking out the little guy, and it kind of sucks. Okay, so anyways, I'm going to sort of try to crank through this. Okay. This is a continuation from last week. This, once again, which you saw me hand Brittany, was the, actually I'll save this because you got one last week, is the Terrence Scroggins breakdown. And I think that what our next conversations should be, also notice the green shirts. Okay. I think that what our next conversation should be is breakdowns of the Bailey Bernard incidents, the Terrence Scroggins incident, kind of letting people understand what's really going on with these falsified reports and things like that. Mm-hmm. The things that they didn't want in the courtroom, which is strange.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see if I can crank through these. Okay, the first note, I actually meant to mention this as I first started recording, but because we're here in Calabasas, there's a higher anger rate. Anger and rage in Calabasas is 1 million times higher directed at me than the other places. And so, I mean, it's still insane everywhere you go in the world, but still you can sort of, like we were talking about, the parking lots were less further away. Mm-hmm. Well, this is kind of my roots, right? This is where I grew up. Yeah. Now, remember that not only have I not done anything wrong, and this thing that I did at 5 years old is equivalent to building like 100 bombs, atomic bombs, and putting them into like 100 football stadiums and things like that. Right. Yeah, or maybe poisoning the global worldwide water supply. I don't know, right? It's like, and I did this at 5 years old. That's the amount of anger and rage I'm getting worldwide. But yet it's all based on when you were 5, you picked your nose wrong or something, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. No, not at all. But the point I'm making is we're now closer to the family roots. Growing up, the anger is higher towards the family roots. We have Mike Huntley babbling his weird, fast and furious, you're out of control for California, which doesn't make any sense. No. Showing dynamically based on psychology that if the anger is closer to where I grew up with, it's got to be coming from those who I grew up with and my family, right? The lies, the smears have to start somewhere. And the forest fire of lies, the endless forest fire of lies on worldwide operations have to start somewhere. Hence, we are now close to the roots. We're right down the street from Calabasas High. I explain in all my videos the people launching cars at me to try to make me look like reckless drivers. My wrestling coach doing the things, sending black girls on the wrestling team to make it look like I'm beating up black girls, things like that, right? Damon Riggins things, Tom Farley, Paul Humphrey, all the things they're pinning on me, trying to cover up their own things. That's the hostility we're getting from these smear operations, and like I mentioned last week, Brian Weaver's public shaming of the things that he did, he's pinning on me, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so last week's conversation, we're going back last week. The dynamics now of who my friends are, a quick, high speed.
Right, they're not friends, clearly.
They weren't my friends. Brittany agrees. They were my frenemies. I was around, around to be their punching bag. I wasn't picking up on it because it was very stealth and subtle and non-direct.
Well, you thought they were your friends.
Correct. Like, example, Brian Weaver in 8th grade beats up, kind of sort of bullies Ryan Hirsch for an hour of his life, and the world's told Kevin's a bully, thugging people. Mm-hmm. But then 30 years later, finding out there's a worldwide campaign to kill me over these things, your past caught up with you and you know what you did, but I refuse to tell you what you did. Okay, that's not normal. Mm-mm. Okay, so you're not going to pick up on your frenemies because they have NSA level resources to create daily lies. Okay.
Well, and you're not, in general, you're not going to think that your friends are like against you.
Correct,
you know?
And you saw Greg Waugh's response for me jumping in front of a crowbar for him And he's still like 30
I
years
know,
later,
to
whatever,
acknowledge
just
it.
die, Kevin, and don't talk about it, right? It's like,
When did you find out or start realizing? Was it 29 when you started realizing like these people weren't your friend?
well, 29 was a confusion. It was like, I don't know, it was deer in headlights.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know
it
what the
was.
fuck's
Shocking.
going on. And I'm not going to go too, I will give Brittany a fair chance because I don't want to cut her off, but
No, it's okay.
I'm going
sorry.
to do a high speeder. 29, I start to notice that the people around me, something's very wrong. Strippers like Bentley going, "You'll get yours." I start getting weird vibes about things like, why did Victoria want me to cash a $10,000 check? Not really saying that she's up to anything, but sort of questioning.
The little weirdnesses.
Just, yeah, little intricacies. But not coming to a conclusion, just questioning them. Getting curious.
Right.
Because it wasn't one thing, it was thing after thing. I buy a new laptop, Bob Sandler, our third partner, which Mike Huntley wanted me to bring in, trying to take over the company, which I wasn't aware of, wants to, right after I buy the laptop, it's like, Kevin, can I borrow the laptop because I don't have much money, I'm not making money here, so can I use your laptop? And he kind of takes over the laptop for like 4 months, and even though I don't think anything's wrong with it, I'm thinking to myself, something just doesn't feel right about that.
Yeah.
Also, next green shirt and the yellows. Like when I first walked out of my house, it was the green and yellows.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so gray and black over there. Okay, so and gray and black in front of
Did
us.
it freak you out?
Well, yeah, because something. Okay, let me think. I mean, there was a lot going on at the same time. I'm getting threats from strippers. I'm noticing hostile behaviors. I'm noticing that we're fucking with you, but in very strange ways. Like the rhino. It's in one of our other videos. The spearmint rhino from Los Angeles. Tim Thompson saying, Kevin, there's a phone call for you, and then the manager at Spearmint Rhino Los Angeles going, I didn't call you, and then he wants me to come down and check his citrus environment, and then Alexis Amore's down there with the scared, freaked out, like he's raped me 100 times faces, not connecting the events that she's working with Brian Longbottom, trying to make it look like I'm stalking her, and probably within that couple of years, probably 100 other strippers and porn stars all doing the same things, right? Working with Victoria Walker, sent after me by Brian Longbottom, and Michael Bialis, the Tom Petty lookalike who had the Rudy the Rubber show, who did karaoke at Dimples and stand-up comedy, and all working on me on these angles. So you're sort of going, these people just don't seem kosher, right? Like, something's wrong. Why is this stripper saying you'll get yours?
Right.
Why does Bob Sandler want my laptop? Is he putting shit on it? Is he doing something weird? Even though
You had just bought
I'm
the
not jumping to
laptop,
conclusions, but when I ask for it back, he gets angry, like I did something to him. Then sort of a little bit solidifying it. I would have to sort of sit down and remember the time frame. There was a whole bunch. I type in Kevin Perlman in Google because something seems wrong, and I noticed there's people with similar screen names taking things off my work computer and putting it on.
Okay.
Websites, and when I find it, my computer shuts down by itself, and those things start getting deleted.
When did you start getting really scared? I would have.
That's the point I'm sort of telling you.
Okay.
And so I remember sort of going into a little state of like kind of paranoia and curiosity, like something's really wrong.
Fear.
And then I remember calling Rhodey up on the phone because Rhodey, I'm your friend. I befriended you at Gold's Gym or Worlds or whatever it was, and Rhodey was sort of involved in these mass operations. I find out 9 years later, newspaper clippings, he's working with the LAPD to catch some murderer with a double life or something. And first thing Rhodey says to me, he goes from I'm your friend to frenemy. It's not like you killed someone, did you? With a very angry interrogation voice.
Right. I would.
Okay.
How did you respond to that?
Well, why did he say that in the first place, right?
Right. No, it would freak me out.
And it was the tone. It wasn't so much what he said, it was the tone. It was, I'm your friend, we got you.
Right.
Was that?
Yeah.
That was the tone of his voice.
No, I would
And,
be
I generally wasn't trained for these type of psychological warfare and setup and mobbings. And it's all coming from every direction. Now, Mike Huntley realizes with my family
That you're...
He's starting to figure things out. They go on the defensive.
Right.
Oh shit, he knows. Then it goes through certain stages of things to, oh, you're okay with an angry voice. Like, oh, we're just checking you out to see if you're sane. Then it goes to, as if people do that. Yeah, right.
Right.
Then it goes to Mike Huntley getting really angry with Bob Sandler and everyone else and starting to take turns in anger and rage, doing things to me in the office, and every time I sort of try to defend myself, like, they have, okay, here's another green and black, green shirt.
Oh.
Example, they hire a guy called HTML Bum, which designs websites, or we hire, and I go on a vacation for a weekend or something, come back, he takes the monitor off my desk, so I put it back. They get angry at me. Look what you did to Bob.
Really?
Or HTML Bum. Right? Things like this. The same types of things we're seeing all day. You don't defend yourself. You just sit there and take it and die. And we just keep whipping you like a slave. Okay, so... And things that normally wouldn't matter. Like, the amount of people that have been hunting me down for the last 18 years saying I somehow did something to Bob Sandler because he quit.
Really?
Yeah, and then things in the office figuring out, like, Bob Sandler's sitting there and he's like, you know, I don't like your friend Paul Humphrey. I want to shut his account down. And I said, Bob, you can't shut down Paul Humphrey's account because you don't like Paul.
You were doing the right thing, you mean?
Correct. So what do they got to do? They got to cover it up. Because first, what are they trying to do in the first place? Attack my credibility, set me up. They're trying to get me to say something they can use against me, but when they don't get the right answer,
they get pissed.
They get pissed, and so they make up the cover-up lie. Okay, these are in the thousands.
Right.
Okay, and they go instantly to the world. Okay, so you understand that if you're sitting in a room full of people and a planet full of people all doing those same things to you, but nothing's directly said.
Right.
You're picking
That's
up on their behaviors. Not my behavior, their behaviors.
Right.
All mobbing one guy.
It's, yeah, like...
From all directions. From down in LA, from the Caribbean, from Mexico, from Philippines, at University of Colorado and Southern Oregon State.
Oh my
all
gosh.
Coming from what we've been talking about now and last week, where I listed off all my friends coming back into my life after my family and Mike Huntley wanted me to get me. Here's another green and black and a gray and black to my left. All working the same angles worldwide. We're just gonna rid you. This girl has a green shirt in front of her.
Oh, okay.
Whatever you call that thing, sweater. So then I move. They get me. They manipulate me into moving back to start this company. And all my friends, like I was mentioning last week, Brian Weaver, Joel Littman, Tom Hogue, Tom Farley, Paul Humphrey, all come in one by one. Damon Riggins, Greg Waugh, are angry at me.
Right.
Doesn't even make sense. They're angry at me because they destroyed my life in high school.
And you're figuring
And then
it out.
I move back, and then they are still coming after me into my life one by one. We got to finish the job.
And now you're not taking it. Or not like...
Yeah, but
now you know.
but so the patterns. I mean, now I know, but I still have to live in isolation.
Are you still afraid? I've
Afraid
never
of what?
asked you that anymore. Are you still scared?
It's not fear. It's of
Okay.
what?
No, I mean, like, because when you first find all this out, like, I mean, I'm thinking, like, about me. If that was me, I'd be super
I mean, listen,
freaked and
they've
scared.
thrown me in maximum security prison. They've threatened to shank me 4 times in a day alone in there. They put me in the hole for 8 days. Okay, this isn't about fear.
What
Now,
is it
first
now
of all,
for you?
fear. Everyone has fear.
Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
because I've heard this weird superhero crap from people asking me if I have fear or this or that.
Really?
Yeah, everyone has fear. I don't
Of
care who you
course
are.
every-
Superman has fear.
That's why I'm asking.
Fear
yeah.
is a flag to tell you how to react.
Well, yeah, it keeps you safe, too.
Correct. Now, there's a difference between pissing yourself, fear,
Right.
and
Or
fear
caution.
of, hey, you know, if I fly to Vietnam in the 70s and walk down the rice paddies where
not gonna
they're
go
dropping
well.
napalm, I have enough fear and common sense
Not
to
to
say
do
if
that.
I walk where they're dropping napalm, actually same girl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's another green and black. Okay, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have enough fear and common sense to say walking under napalm is stupid. Okay,
Right.
so yeah, so sure I have fear
Survival.
on that level.
Yeah.
Am I shaking because
Well, what did
this
it...
lawyer called me or no?
No.
Definitely not.
What did it transform into then? What is it now? Like frustration? Or like... I don't know.
It's the same thing that if you went out on a date and the guy kept hitting you in the back of the head,
I'd be
would
pissed.
you be correct? It's not fear. You're annoyed. Stop fucking hitting me in the back of the head.
Right.
Okay?
Frustration, like annoyance. I was
Annoyance.
gonna say annoyed, yeah. I'd
Stop
be pissed,
fucking provoking me.
Right.
It's not fear. It's stop fucking provoking me.
So it switched over from that to the now it's
Well, at first it was, okay, Mike Huntley says, we're using the system against you, have a good life now, alluding to the police and judicial system.
yeah.
And at the same time, I'm walking out of my house and I'm living my daily life, and every stranger I see is whistling at me 40 times a day. I drive down to Oxnard, I drive down to Redondo Beach, I drive down to Laguna Beach,
Anywhere.
I drive down to San Diego. 40 times a day, people whistling at me, every chef at every restaurant and every coffee shop employee just sitting there the entire time, not like once,
Right.
trying to get the reaction.
I'd be sad.
Now, you don't know
too.
what's going on.
Right.
So there's a level of fear based on
Of
something unheard of.
course.
It's the same fear that you would have if you saw a flying saucer land right now with aliens
unknown?
with
Yeah.
laser guns shooting every direction.
Oh, I'd be
It's the same, that type of fear. Well, it is unknown, but it's unheard of.
Right.
And you're all alone, but what makes it worse is everyone's in on it,
People you
and
thought
you're
you could
alone.
trust the most too.
right? You walk in the office, maybe Mike Huntley starts whistling, gives you some kind of cryptic threat that when you go here the next day this is going to happen. Who knows?
Were you
And you're watching it, but you can't tell anyone.
right. You're isolated in that.
You're and that's the point of gang stalking
Yeah, to get you isolated.
and these government operations is to isolate, defame, destroy, eradicate. And the first step is to try to make them look crazy so you can rile up the masses, go, that guy's crazy, and help us do these
Discredit you,
things.
like you said.
Yeah, destroy your credibility. It's no different from a politician campaign where they go for the jugular.
Right.
Hey, this senator had an affair with this girl, and they're going for the jugular.
Right.
It's
To
just
crush
normally
them.
people don't care if private citizens have affairs,
No, not at that level.
right?
Like,
I
no.
mean,
Did it make you sad? I would be really like.
well, I mean, you
hurt.
asked this last week, and you're talking about
I'm
18.
so sorry. I'm just thinking about like your experiences, the whole thing.
Maybe
like,
we'll set aside
I'm
a
sorry.
time.
I don't mean to.
Look, it
deter
goes
it.
through different stages of torture and pain and fear, and I don't understand. And even today, right now, I don't understand. I'm confused.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
From not only fact and logic, it doesn't make any sense from any event in history.
No.
Okay, even the Holocaust or slavery, there were opposing arguments. I mean, slavery wasn't, hey, everyone hates black people.
No.
There were lots of people that said this is wrong.
And
it was
saved them.
higher rate in the South
Yeah.
than it was towards big cities, right? So we're looking at a situation where there's a planetary scale against one guy, NSA, FBI, billions of dollars
For
to
no reason.
exterminate one person, and what makes less sense is at 5 years old. Okay, another yellow shirt, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like.
5 years old. So now you're talking about 18 years of random, or not random, but changing emotions, starting with
What the
confusion and fear. 5 years of pressure headaches alone.
Oh wow, you did for 5 years.
Oh yeah,
Pressure hit.
yeah.
Oh,
You have
God.
no concept of
You're
the physical
immobilized.
and mental pain that I have been through across the last 18 years. And when I say that if I were to take 30 days of what's been done to me for the last 18 years and put it on anyone, 90% would blow their brains out.
Right.
Okay? And I don't care who you are and you want to sit there in your little air conditioning, padded, cabled life and sit there and go, oh, yeah, sure, whatever, like Corinne T. Phillips.
But they never
Bullshit.
been through it. How did you get through that shit? 5 years.
I
of
can't tell
pressure
you. I
headaches.
mean, I'm probably fairly lucky to be alive, but I'll never be able to have any type of normal life because they don't want to admit to the situation. Do you understand? And they're trying to cover it up by forcing and locking me into mental institutions with my mother going, I just want you to have a good life by making you look crazy.
Right.
Well, that's not a good life.
And if they. No, it's horrible. And it's like, even if at this point, if they were to acknowledge everything, would you be able to trust it completely? Or would it take
No,
a
there's
long
only
time?
one way that you can earn my trust. Is to walk up to me, you're Kevin Perlman. I know who you are. There's a gray and black over there. I know what you are. What they did to your life is beyond. There's a green over there. What they've done to your life is beyond any level of fucked up. I'm on your side. They're full of shit. I will stand out with picket signs for you, with you, and that is a start of trust. That isn't even trust.
No,
okay?
I can imagine, like, I don't even know what it would take to fully, like, you know, after
it's
everything.
kind of, I don't want to say it in this, like in a mobster life, they would say, hey, you have to kill that person for me.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I'm a mobster or doing anything bad, but what I'm saying is, to earn my trust in this situation, you kind of have to show that you're on the side against slavery of Kevin Perlman, and it has to sort of go beyond talk, because talk is cheap.
Action. It has to be action.
You know, and I can't tell you how many people have contacted me going, hi, I'm also a gang stalking target and I don't know you and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, bullshit, you're a liar. And also,
at the
while
very beginning, you can't trust them because they're saying they don't know you.
Correct. And also, while they're saying this, they're doing like space ... and the systematic tactics showing I'm acting out in rage against Kevin Perlman while telling him I don't know him. Yeah, sure, you know, get out. So that, you know, so...
Yeah. Instantly.
Yeah. So, okay, so just listen to the whistler. It's just one of them, but there's a guy whistling. Okay. So, the point is, if you see like 10 more of those, then you know. If you see 40, notice how he started whistling when he got close.
Yeah.
So you'll know. If you see 40 of those a day and you drive randomly to test the waters,
and it's everywhere,
then you know that it's directed at you, but who do you tell?
Right.
If every person you see is taking turns, I'm going to kill you, and you've been to the White House of the United States of America with policeabuse.com during the White House security wanted to scare and thug me quiet, who do you tell?
Right. People have to be willing to take the time to like talk to you actually and like.
Yeah, and then some people play this game like, Kevin, what happened to you and blah blah blah. You know, tell me about your life. What's this Kevin Perlman target? As if they don't know.
Right.
And hence why the cards exist, because they do know. And you tell them it logically and factually with a non-scattered brain thinking, and you talk about your childhood events. Like Mr. Quigley telling you to hit students.
I know.
That proves it. And then they get mad, then they do what he did, starts whistling, hinting that I'm a whistleblower.
Okay.
And then the groups might ramp up from 10 people every 30 minutes to 100 to 1,000, literally, with the hundreds of people in the lot honking 2s and 3 times, or the literally thousands of similar tactics to try to torture and kill me for simply saying I'm being hunted.
Right.
By people like Mike Huntley. Okay, so...
It's like, and it's done in such a way that people, if you did tell somebody, they can brush it off like, oh, that's just whatever.
Sure, because the guy's crazy. You hear hallucinations. Look, you're sitting at a Starbucks here. I mean, what? People are showing up in green shirts and green and black, or gray and blacks, or whistling at you. Yeah, sure, whatever. Because it's easy, and that's the entire concept of gang stalking, to leverage yourself over the guy while mass groups working with him try to make you look crazy. And by the way, the guy whistling's wearing a purple shirt, and I think the girl over there might be wearing purple.
That was the guy that
yeah,
was,
and you notice how he's with a kid. So a lot of times what they do is they try to make it look like I'll go after a kid or something like, right?
You would never.
Yeah. They'll even tell kids to provoke me, and my sister-in-law and my brother even told Reese, my nephew, when he was like 6 years old, to whistle at me and things like that, in hopes that they could make it look like I beat up on kids and things like this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, how many nephews do you have?
2.
How old sorry, do you see them, or have you ever met them?
I have,
met
yeah,
them?
but
Yeah.
I mean...
You can't really know, huh?
No. Now that I figured things out. And when my brother kept inviting me over to Florida, they were trying to set me up and do all these things to me anyways. Right now we got the court reporters working with my sister-in-law's father, Jay, who's a court reporter, buying property. Okay, no way in hell, right? Okay.
I bet they loved you though, didn't they? When you used to see them?
Well, what's your definition?
I mean, liked being around you, like Uncle Kevin.
They did, but you have to understand the dynamics of a situation where daddy's making up lies about the uncle.
Right.
And the older they get, the more lies they're going to hear, and the more they're going to hate me, or they're going to say Kevin's crazy and I have to do this.
Or dismiss you.
Yeah, and I watched my father turn my little brother Shane against me, and
You
he
have
started.
a little brother?
Yeah, from Janet, the Cuban lady.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's probably like 18 or 19 now.
Really?
So you have to understand that I watched Shane grow up, and I watched my father feed him the lies, and I watched Shane work on me with mental illness tactics, just like I watched Shelly, his wife, and Shelly's son Eric all working together with these huge groups, Shelly's family, to mob me to death, to try to make me look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo. Well, that's my little brother.
But, yeah.
That I would have been there for him. And
Of course.
but when Daddy is saying Shane Kevin's a violent murderer and he's raped 10 women and he's a bully and he's this and that.
Well, you believe your dad like you did when you were
Correct.
a kid.
And so
Even if
you're
it's
not going to be
bullshit.
around it. What's the point?
Right.
There's nothing you can do. I can't sit there and try to prove myself to someone all day, and I refuse to do that.
Yeah.
Okay? If you
not
can't
fair.
trust me, then you can't trust me, and I don't need it.
Right.
Right? I don't have the energy to sit there and say, I'm going to prove to you that I'm a good person, and especially with a group of people that doesn't matter what you do. You went to a restaurant and you grabbed the toothpick and you pick some meat out of your teeth, so you're a bad person, you need to die. Well, if that's their argument,
Then it doesn't matter.
then it doesn't matter what I do. They're going to hunt me and try to kill me anyways.
Do you think that he'll figure it out like you did, though, Shane? Because, like, you used to trust your dad.
I don't
and stuff,
know.
too.
I mean, how can these people not understand what's going on by now?
Right.
So,
I did not know.
do you think that these people actually believe the bullshit they peddle? They don't.
I would hope not.
When these people show up, Dominique with George Escobar and Lorraine Escobar in my father's office working with the LAPD to prove that I'm into kiddie porn, and my father trying to give me
Jesus.
pictures of myself that
As
my
a
Uncle
kid.
Stuart shot of me naked on a piano to make me look like I'm into kiddie porn.
You were a kid
Do
playing
you
the piano.
think that they actually believe the bullshit they're peddling that switches on a daily basis to newer and newer lies?
No, I thought you meant the people that were hearing this information.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They all do the same thing. The strangers that I don't know instantly are hunting me down with worldwide government resources and billions of dollars, and the people I grew up with, no matter how much I prove a good person, they make up newer and newer lies on a daily basis.
So you can't ever get through.
Correct. So what does that say, though?
What do you mean? And what level? That
If
it's,
you're
like,
if you're
pointless?
friends with someone, today Brittany stole a car. Tomorrow
Right.
Brittany bit off some guy's dick. The next day Brittany hacked into the Department of Defense.
It's just
The
from
next
thing to thing to
day
thing, and
Brittany's
it's
a
all
reckless
bullshit.
driver and tried to kill someone in her
So they,
car.
yeah, the chance
Do
of
you
that
really believe that person
believes that?
correct.
There's no way.
Correct. There's your answer.
Right.
It's an agenda. It's hate. I don't like that guy.
So I'm gonna make up anything.
I'm going
I
to
can.
rid him of the world, no matter what it takes.
So they want to hurt you.
They want to
Ultimately.
kill me.
Right.
Either kill me or lock me in a cage for the rest of my life. Quote unquote, from the judicial system to Seymour Amster, they want to incarcerate you for life.
Right. Yeah.
But there's no why.
No.
Because around 13, you start pulling some of your eyebrows. So that goes up to the psychology community that you're a danger to society? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Psychological labeling and profiling.
But that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but who is this coming from?
Your
A
mom.
family all with psychology degrees.
I mean, I could just keep talking about this because it's fucked up. Because if your 13-year-old kid is like pulling, like, you know,
But it
that's like
starts
a
at 5.
soothing tactic too, though. It's like a.
It starts
thing
at
that
5
soothes
where
you.
my father says I have some kind of nervous disorder.
Well, if
Can't tell you what the hell that
did,
even means because there's no such thing.
It'd be anxiety from your dad being your dad. The way
Yeah,
he
it'd be
is,
anxiety
and
from the guy that puts shock collars on dogs and then tries to put them on his kid.
It makes sense.
But
Like,
that's not a mental illness.
no, it's something that was inflicted upon you, and that's how you were like responding. I'd be anxious too.
Not at 5.
You were okay at 5. You
Well,
think?
no, at 5 that's when they started in with the media and the movie Wizards in
Right.
1977, but I wasn't aware of it.
Of course not.
But the point is, it doesn't matter. The point is, look, I have a kid. He went to, he's in 9th grade of high school, and we think he has ADHD. So we're gonna hunt him down and kill him with billions of government dollars and
Why don't
worldwide
you
support.
help him? Like it.
Well, there is
it
no
doesn't make
hell.
sense.
I mean, first of all,
or support him. Ask him
you
what's
have
going
to
on.
understand that a label is a label.
Right. Well, why
Okay?
label him? That's what I'm saying.
Black people all suffer. I'm just saying this in a way that you can understand it. I don't obviously mean it. Black people all suffer from some disease that makes them angrier than white people, and so they're a danger to society.
So just some
and so they need to be rid of the world. That's the
that's
same
terrible.
stupid argument that's being used on
Completely
me.
false argument.
Okay?
Yeah.
Well, Kevin has some kind of nervous disorder. Back to specifics. We don't care about
What's being
Kevin
done to
suffers
him.
from rage, Kevin's angry, Kevin's violent, Kevin's paranoid, Kevin's schizo, Kevin suffers from depression, Kevin suffers. These are all things that they're saying on a weekly changing basis.
All the labels
What
change every day.
specifically is the problem? Oh, I can't answer that. Wait, 29 years old. Your past caught up with you.
Right.
From my mother, my father, you know what you did. What did I do? I'm not
I
going to
can't
tell
tell
you.
you that because what did he say that people lie?
People that do something wrong lie, so they're not told. Okay.
That makes no sense.
The point, these broad generalizations and labels are not only from a moronic, retarded 10-year-old mentality going,
Right.
they don't make any sense. There's no such thing. See, that guy, he suffers from a nervous disorder. He needs to be hunted and killed. There's no such thing. Seymour Amster, the city council doesn't like you, and so they're hunting
And the
you.
police or
So the city council's against Kevin Perlman. I'm not a public entity. I'm not a waste dump or a prison where people vote out waste dumps saying, NIMBY, not in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
None of these things make sense. They're
Right.
all disinformation to try to make me look crazy.
Well, it's information that they're trying to. They
But they're
choose which
vague labels.
information- Right.
What specifically?
Nothing.
Listen, if there's a billions of government dollars to hunt me and kill me saying I'm a terrorist and murderer, there's got to be
A reason.
a terrorist and murdering act. There
Right.
has to be a dead body in a crime scene, and there has to be like a bomb in the Twin Towers or me
There has to
flying
be
airplanes
something
into them.
horrendous, yeah.
And if there's no dead body and I'm not flying airplanes into,
Which you aren't. And never
then
will.
there's no argument. So now we're going back to fantasy.
Right.
Okay, that guy didn't shave. I think he's a serial killer. Launch a worldwide campaign to kill him with billions of government dollars.
With no evidence and no nothing. I just think
Correct.
that's- yeah,
Now, there's a
not-
reason we have judicial systems and constitutions, is to keep the entire U.S. population safe from what's being done to me.
Right.
And that's being bypassed since 5 years old. Okay,
Right.
so we've now gone on a super tangent. We have
Thank you
about
for
20
telling me
minutes.
about
I'm
that.
going to sort of try to quickly go down the list. Okay, so Gregoire, and you see the Gregoire pranks that I'm talking about, and then they're pinned on me. Kevin's reckless and out of control. Seymour saying I've been labeled with mental illness by the government, but yet they all leave out my entire life and accomplishments,
context.
trying to make me look crazy. Once again, vague labels, no context, no such thing.
Right.
I don't know of any government entity that runs around saying, that guy's mentally ill, so we're going to hunt him.
No.
No such thing.
They'd be hunting like half the population then.
Correct. And then, my point before was, whose perception? That kid
Right.
has ADHD.
So what?
Whose perception?
Right.
Okay, this kid is going out, he's playing soccer, he's on the wrestling team, he's programming brand new, unique algorithms, he's out dating, he's doing this. He has ADHD, so we gotta lock him away in a mental institution.
Makes no sense. He's
Based
being
on
productive,
who's
doing
labeled.
positive things.
Okay,
Right.
so my family saying I'm violent and filled with rage, that's their perception trying to dig through my life. Whose perception of what label, hence
Right.
why people don't generally walk around with labels. Because if you walk around with labels, you're no different from the guy that says black people need to die, Jews need to die, Asians need to die, Adolf Hitler. That's what a
Terrible.
label is. It means nothing.
No.
Okay?
It doesn't.
So, Kevin suffers from mental illness by the judicial
It's a
system.
way to categorize people.
According to who? Because you're jealous of all my accomplishments?
Right.
I went out and I did too well.
'Cause you're a
I
good
went out
person.
and I
Yeah.
created some really cool, innovative websites and I destroyed everyone's life because I'm mentally ill.
No.
Sounds more like jealousy.
It does. That's what I was saying because you're a good person.
Right.
You know, and
And so whose perception, and that's why I did my little DSM 3 book burning.
Did you?
Yeah, which is up on YouTube, showing that these psychological labels destroy people's lives, and the government actually is going after people for them, and it's no difference of racism.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's the
Because
next
of a label.
innovative racism with NSA operations, Graham Black.
Yeah.
Hey, you suffer from mental illness, so we gotta hunt you and kill you because you're a dangerous society. It's kind of like the movie.
Well, it's a.
What's the
label.
movie with the character 4, where everyone has to be put in a category?
4? Like the new one with the kids?
No, Divergent.
Oh, Divergent, yeah.
Okay,
oh,
look
4,
to your left.
yeah. They'll have to be categorized by a certain
Yeah,
thing.
so if you don't fit into a category,
You're divergent.
you're killed, or you go to elsewhere. It's the
When
same.
they're the good people actually save the world.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's fiction, but
the point,
it's similar to those labels,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so next, green and
yeah.
black, and the striper with him. Okay, so those labels,
You don't fit into the box. that
you
they
don't
want
fit
you
into
to.
the category of us.
Right.
Well, who is us? Do you even want to be with a group of people that go blood is thicker than water, and if you don't kill for me,
No,
right?
not at
And
all.
so,
'Cause you're a good person.
so,
Doesn't
but
make sense.
remember, the things I'm talking about aren't really done to people but me.
Right.
Okay, I mean, they have been done to people in history.
Yeah.
Roman times, Jews were hunted, and Persians and Greeks, India.
But people acknowledge that, even though people acknowledge those things, and what's happening to you is not acknowledged. You know, that's
yeah,
the
exactly.
difference.
That's the difference. Is that Gandhi didn't sit around going, "I have an imaginary ghosts doing these things to me."
Right.
He had groups of people helping him, which then he had the oppressors going, and they did their horrible things. But
There's
he wasn't
always-
alone in isolation.
Exactly. That's what's so cool.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the whole concept. The whole point I'm trying to convey here is that everything that's being done not only doesn't make sense and it's all based on disinformation, but it's all vague. There's
is.
never anything direct.
Which, right, just doesn't
Right?
make any type of sense.
Example, Kevin, you supposedly killed someone, you're going to court because there's a dead body and we're matching DNA and blah, blah, blah.
But there's none of that.
Correct. No, it's just you didn't shave, so I think you're a serial killer, so there's
You drink
billions
too
of
much
government
coffee, yeah.
dollars, or you drink too much coffee, and we have to stop you from drinking coffee, right? I mean, it's like
Ridiculous.
more green camos. Okay, so we're having the green camos show up, the Grand Blacks. Okay, so I don't know if I mentioned this. Josh Burnum, crowbar. Mother saying I hit Josh Burnum with a crowbar somewhere between 14 to 16 years old.
This
My
is-
mother now claiming she's never said that.
This is the second time something with a crowbar has happened with a different person, right?
No, this is the one of...
Greg Law? I thought.
Or no, golf club, not crowbar.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, yeah, I wrote the wrong one.
Okay.
16, my mother comes up and says, did you hit Josh Burnham in the head with a crowbar? 29, where Mike Huntley's saying your past caught up with you. I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with. Around these sort of threats. And Tim Thompson going, well, you built adult websites, didn't you? Like punishing
Like he
me.
wanted you to, though.
Correct.
That's the
After
thing.
saying, Kevin, we should build adult websites, which didn't make any sense.
Right.
Because they were mad at me for some reason for building adult websites.
So he's trying to, yeah. You okay?
Yeah. Next, green and black. Or Brittany. So Mike's, I've given you enough rope to hang yourself with, blah, blah, blah. Something within this time frame.
Yeah.
Tim Thompson saying, well, you built adult websites while they're having Roddy Morales take me to strip clubs.
Right.
Well, Mike's sort of scolding me on their public shaming. Tim Thompson is standing behind Mike.
Like that? With a golf club? Oh.
He's not holding anything.
Oh, okay.
Do you understand?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So he's giving me
That's
some kind of
messed up.
visual cue
Yeah.
that we're hunting you down because you hit Josh Burnham in the head with a crowbar while trying to give me mental brain trauma.
Right. That's fucked up.
Okay, do you see the
Jeez.
connected? Now we have a mother at the same time saying my past caught up with me, but won't specifically
Say anything that's in
tell
your
me what
past.
it is,
Yeah.
because if she says it, I'll say you're lying, and then she'll be known as a liar.
Right. Then it discredits whatever.
Correct.
Say.
Or,
Yeah.
do you have any proof of this?
Right.
Should we call up Josh Burnum or his family and ask if he was ever hit in the head with a golf club, just like Carissa Brands, Scott Jellin?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
I do.
So, once again, in all these situations, there's no argument.
There's no...
Another green shirt.
Yeah.
There's no argument because they don't want anything truthful coming out. And then they're going to run around saying Kevin's paranoid because Kevin thinks this and Kevin thinks that. But I never said it.
Right.
But you hinted it over and over 100,000 times. You have people following me from place to place.
Mm-hmm.
Indirectly hinting. Okay, we have a second whistler. Hinting over and over the same things in repetition, but never directly said. With a family going, your past caught up with you.
Right.
You know what you did, but I'm not going to tell you.
So that's...
And girls sent after you with the police, like Skylar in '97 when I was in Colorado, basically letting me know that she was going to skull fuck me to death with the police and government.
What does that mean exactly?
Like collapse your brain, skull fuck you.
Okay.
And that links back to things they're mad about, like my artwork, the watercolor of the Grateful Dead skull.
It was so cool though.
Correct. So people don't normally care about these things.
No, you'd think your mom would be like...
Correct. But remember,
proud
she's an
because
art
she's
therapist
yeah.
that tries to get any dirt to use against me on every level. Okay, so that's Josh Burnum. Okay, so family saying I'm a criminal. Then they say I'm crazy. Okay, this is important. The family says I'm a criminal, then they say I'm crazy. They shift.
Right.
Okay? While trying to set me up over and over and frame me over and over. When I'm manipulated to move back from Colorado, friends come in one by one hunting me down. We spoke about that last week. All working with Mike Huntley with newer and newer lies and smears. But it keeps shifting. I rattle off probably 10 psychological labels, but then it shifts to the criminal. Okay, so the spinning the key tactic is one of them. He's walking by spinning. Okay, so you'll notice not only that, but you'll notice how the attacks are now ramping up here.
Mm-hmm. More people. More
Correct. So the longer I go to a public place,
the worse
especially coffee shops or pool halls, this is what happens. The longer I'm here, an exponential rate of attackers start showing up with more and more attacks. Okay. So the point is that
which is
I forgot what I was saying. When I manipulate back from Colorado,
then you're
all
on
working with Mike Huntley. Oh, so the thing is, first is I rattle off about 10 psychological lies. He suffers from anxiety. He's violent. He's a paranoid. Then he's a paranoid schizo. Then he's a violent paranoid schizo. Then it's anxiety disorders. Then it's
OCD,
delusional. Then it's OCD. Then it's
depression, right?
Depression.
Yeah.
Then it's manic depression. Okay, wait, which one is it?
Right.
Okay, wait, but then Kevin's a car thief. Kevin's into kitty porn. Kevin's a pedophile.
It's horrendous.
Kevin's a thief. What else do we have? Kevin's attacking people in rage. Kevin supposedly hit Josh Burnum in the head with a golf club. Kevin...
It's all these things that keep
probably
changing.
They're saying I went
true.
after Greg with a crowbar to cover that one up.
Right, you said that, right? That
well,
they
no,
claimed that?
I'm guessing that one because remember when Greg called me, he didn't...
Acknowledge
he wasn't
it.
happy that I helped him.
Right.
Well, and there's literally thousands of other psychological and criminal accusations. Oh, Kevin supposedly killed someone. I can't keep track, but that's why I write them down and put them in websites,
that
right?
Also, like,
oh, Kevin's supposedly masturbating in public at Starbucks.
Crazy.
It just goes. Okay, so the point is, you understand what we're talking about here?
Yeah.
These people don't believe the bullshit they're spewing.
It's like it invalidates everything they're saying because it's all different things all the time, constantly.
Correct. It's like, which one is it? Okay, so now what is it about? Well, it's about eradication. It's about killing someone or exterminating them.
Right.
Okay, so now we can take out all the noise. We can take out all the specifics.
Right.
It's just noise. What's it really about? Well, it starts at 5. What happened at 5? Well,
there's nothing.
I threw some mud in the street and it hit a car.
That was totally innocent. Like, and you were freaked out when
it doesn't matter if I was
so
innocent
little.
or not. It doesn't justify a worldwide murder.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, it doesn't match, like...
Remember we had the good or bad conversation last week?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
No, because No matter
I mean, yeah,
what.
it matters
Well, yeah,
within
on an ethical
reason,
level,
but
like,
I mean, if you're not out lopping people's heads off with a
doesn't make a
machete every day, then
difference, though,
people
in
don't
this
care,
situation.
okay? I don't know one of these people here at this Starbucks, this Subway, this
no, you don't know anyone
Planet
here.
Sushi. I don't know any of these people, but each and every one is taking turns in anger at me.
Right.
Well, I'm just sitting here minding my own business.
Doing
And
nothing wrong.
normally people don't walk around
No.
like God going, are you a good or bad person? Well, if you're a bad person, I'm going to sentence you to hell.
Right, isn't that like
Okay.
a bad in itself if they were to do
Correct.
that?
Now, once again, we're going to vague things and skipping the specifics.
Right.
If you say I'm a bad person, you have to tell me why I'm a bad person. No, I don't, because people, like my father said, you're not allowed to defend yourself, and people that have done something wrong aren't told what they do because they can lie.
Right.
Okay, so you think you're God, and you're going to kill anyone that gets in your way that you think's bad.
Right.
But people, like I said
But they
a
don't
minute
give
ago,
you an explanation of what's
people don't walk around, are you a good or bad person?
No.
They don't give a shit.
Well, and it's like, what would make you...
That lady over there could, 10 years ago, could have stolen a car.
We have no clue.
Do I really give a shit?
No?
No, because you know what? Because I came here to get some coffee, hang out, meet people, get some work done.
Exactly.
Okay, do you understand
It's not relevant to your life.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean
Yeah.
when I say that.
And then where does the good or bad come from? 1946, the movie A Bad Seed, which my family sent Kelly Hatch after me at Southern Oregon State College to show me the movie, try to hint that I'm like the murderer girl in The Bad Seed. Right? All these
Right.
things are just
Coming together.
unheard of.
It is. Completely.
Okay, so...
Greg
But you
Wall.
can see the manipulating, yeah. Proof of Gregoire opens up all sorts of info about freaky, unheard of things done to me in high school and middle school. That's important. Now the argument about Terrence Scroggins, Bailey Bernard, the falsified arrests,
Right.
which they're trying to, what's it called, a
Magical thing?
No, misdirection.
Okay.
They're trying to misdirection the public. Kevin's a bad guy because
He did these things.
he went after Terrence Scroggins. That's not what this is about.
Right.
This is about 16. You have now seen audio recordings of Gregoire admitting to my brother going after him with a crowbar, and Greg mad at me for saying something about it.
Right. Yeah.
Do you understand that opens up doors to a mass conspiracy with the judicial system and psychology community?
Right.
It doesn't matter if you believe it, if you know specifically what's going on,
Right.
the door's open.
Yeah.
Okay, the facts are there.
Exactly.
Okay, so now you can discount everything afterwards. That's 16
Right.
from that conversation. So now we're back down to 16, which, trust me, I've also non-proof, another green shirt over here, non-proof, we talk about 8th grade and the things Brian Weaver was doing, and Tom Farley. So now, without the proof, I think you can probably take my word for it at this point, from the 16-year-old proof, we're down to 8th grade.
Right.
And then I can go all the way down to 5 years old. Okay, so I think I mentioned this PE teacher, Mr. Quigley, telling me to punch
Yeah, you did.
Paul Shapiro, Schaefer.
Schaefer.
English teacher, Miss Tunic, Clockwork Orange,
Oh,
Steph
yeah,
Cho, Mike Cho, we spoke about that. Garcia having Paul Schaefer set his watch, Casio watch alarm, throw it under her desk while I fall
Yeah.
asleep in class. Okay, Tim Thompson pretending to swing golf club.
Yeah.
What do you think this control? What do you think this control scam is all about?
Control and trying to.
Yeah. Okay. So, at 29, my mother wanted me to see Susan Donner, giving me a list of con artists with psychology degrees.
Psychiatrist or therapist?
Psychiatrists,
Okay.
trying to spin it off. So there's our green shirt guy. Psychiatrists, who they are pretty much paid off or told to throw these fake labels on me to cover up the crime.
Right. So
Remember,
then
it's coming
you're
from my mother,
discredited.
who was planning this out since 5 years old. Gray and black over there.
Go
All right,
ahead,
so
I
they're
don't know.
planning to try to make it look like I had a mental breakdown.
So everything is discredited that comes from you, basically.
Correct. This whole thing was planned from childhood. Okay, what they're gonna do to me, where they want to put me in mental institutions.
And for this too, for photographing fires,
Well, okay,
taking
so
pictures.
Well, remember that what's said isn't accurate. Okay, so this girl with the green shirt and green camo shirt, so that's 4 or 5 green camos.
Right.
Okay, so remember what is said isn't consistent with the truth. It's to make me look crazy. It's disinformation.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is it recording or not?
Yeah. Okay, so that's all disinformation to make me say things that look crazy.
But like,
okay, but let's get into. I go to Susan Donner, who first. We don't have much time, so I don't have to.
Oh, what time is it?
12:07.
Okay, go ahead.
What do we have?
You said 20 minutes to get to Sherman Oaks?
Yeah.
So like what, like 5 minutes then?
Okay, so we're at the end anyways.
Okay.
Okay, so Susan Donner starts in with all this bullshit to try to con me and scam me.
Is she the one that said something about like a virus?
She says, she says at 29, a virus creeped in my head and I became a schizophrenic. But she also at the same time said something weird like, people think she used the word they think you're schizophrenic.
Who is she referring to?
At the time, I was so confused and freaked out. I wasn't asking interrogatory questions.
Right. But thinking back now, like who do you think? Or everyone?
Well, apparently they is 7 billion people on the planet Earth, a spinning rock in space.
Right.
And the real question isn't about they, it's how are they getting the information about Kevin Perlman.
Right.
That's the important question.
Absolutely.
It's not, Kevin, we want to know if you're schizo or not.
No.
Because if someone is or is not schizo, people don't run around notifying the entire planet, schizo alert, he's schizo flagged.
No, not at all.
Okay?
That's protected health information.
Correct.
Anyway, so it shouldn't.
So the important question isn't is someone mentally ill, crazy, schizo, have a cold. The important question is how do they, 7 billion people, getting this private personal information about one person with daily updates? That's the important question, and that links to NSA illegal operations.
Right.
Okay? Because these things aren't done to people. Okay, now, after that she says, I say something like, the devil's in the details, and she tries to make me look crazy, and she says, the angel's in the details, while strippers and all sorts of people are working these angel and devil tactics.
Right. That's weird.
I don't want to go into specifics, but it links back to Eric Christensen at Southern Oregon State College trying to make everyone think I'm a devil worshiper and a crazy person, and then it goes up the ladder from 21 there all the way up to now, trying to make it look like I think the Illuminati's after me, or I'm in some devil cult, or I mean,
that's a pretty, a phrase I've heard several times, like the devil's in the details. That's not an unusual phrase to use.
People always say that, yeah.
I've never heard the angel.
And then they might try to play it off as a literal. Well, he said that, so he thinks he's the devil.
That's insane.
Right, okay, so then she gets mad at me because we had remember those huge California fires?
Yeah.
Well, I go out and I'm getting back into photography after college, which my family has a problem with. And I get my Canon 10D with a tripod, and I go out and I follow the huge fires, and I take pictures of these really cool fiery flame shots and railroad tracks with fires arcing over it.
Those are cool.
Shots. And so
you're documenting that. Yeah.
She then plays us, you're a control freak, and she doesn't say that. She says, Kevin, you can't control everything, and
you weren't trying to.
And I'm thinking, what does control have to do with the tea in China?
Nothing.
Right?
Right.
So now at that point they were working on the Kevin's control freak angle, and he has to control everything. Or he thinks that he can control everything that you can't control, kind of like Cold Trickle, Tom Cruise in the movie Days of Thunder. Whatever.
Somehow taking photos of a fire is interpreted as you can control fire.
Yeah, so now my point I'm getting across is that what she's saying is that just like Mike Huntley said, Kevin, you're reckless and out of control, and you're out of control for California, which doesn't make any sense.
No.
Kevin, because you went out, and let's dramatize this, because you went out and risked your life to take pictures of burning flames, you're a danger to yourself or others because you think you can control the fire.
Okay.
Wait
There's
a minute.
A million people
There's another guy in green camel. Okay, wait a minute here. photographers since the beginning of photography go out to get the shot, whether it kills them or not.
And
some of those news people in Baghdad, people in Vietnam, or are they all control freaks that need to be put on Seroquel?
No. Actually, pictures of, like,
right?
It's not unusual.
Yeah. Okay, there's two camos together. Okay, so the point is, these aren't the types of things we talk about, endanger yourself or others.
No.
But now we go into the reality of the situation. I was with groups of hundreds watching these flames.
It wasn't.
Did they all need to be locked in loony bins too?
Right. But they're just, it's like they are, what's it called? Singling you out.
Correct. They're nitpicking everything they can try to get to use against me.
Yeah.
You were in English class, you farted wrong, we're going to hunt you down and kill you for your reckless behavior. Okay, so now I'm at the end. I know you have to go. So at that point it's a control freak, and I'm somehow trying to control women and force myself on them and this and that.
Totally
trying
false.
to branch these generalizations out on every angle to the world. Okay, mother mad at me for weightlifting and buying Arnold Schwarzenegger books when I was 14. Victoria Walker, Shotsies, and Arnold. Oh, this could be a... and the judgment. I talked about the judgment tactic. Okay, so there's a big thing. Remember, there's a big thing with guns.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
My painting. Okay, it starts from the movie Wizards, 1977, when I'm 5 years old. My family trying to reenact parts out of Wizards. It then goes to the watercolor picture, the Grateful Dead thing. Patty Guggen in my father's office with my father getting mad that I painted a harmless Grateful Dead picture with a gun. Right. My father putting bullet holes with the LAPD and this 300E, trying to say that I did it.
That's crazy.
My father saying I stole $10,000 from him to build my car engines because I worked my ass off in my father's office, and he got mad that I was building car engines, saying I'm reckless and out of control because some oil spilled in their driveway. After this, we'll have to continue this later probably, but the psychological warfare tactics, sending Victoria Walker at me, paid off to give me the toy gun.
Right.
Also was told with her boyfriend, her husband, Matt von Balaki, a German dude, that they all ran me out of the gym. I didn't know what was going on. Every month, let's go to Arnold Schwarzenegger's restaurant in Venice Beach, Shotsies. Do you see the name references?
Yeah.
And a month before that, Arnold flying into town, my stepfather, showing me Shotsies on Venice Beach.
Oh, wow.
Do you see the connections?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my father here, my stepfather there, Arnold Victoria Walker, who they threw me in maximum security prison using the Kevin has a toy gun in the privacy of his own house, and we won search warrants.
Right.
Throwing me in maximum security prison, not because of anything I did, but because I have a toy gun in the privacy of my own home.
Didn't they deny that you went to maximum security prison?
Yeah, they left that all off the record, but I have some record. I still don't have solid record of Pitch's Wayside, but I have record of IRC down in Los Angeles, which they wiped that. Okay, so this is high speed.
Sorry.
The connection I'm making is Kevin, every month, let's go to Shotsies where we're doing all these things to you at Arnold Schwarzenegger's restaurant. Mm-hmm. Also, Arnold Silber, pretending he's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Your stepdad?
And what?
Stepdad?
Stepfather. Yeah. And most importantly, they seem to be mad starting to lift weights and buying Arnold Schwarzenegger books at 14, but where they really get mad is because I was telling people that I had seen Arnold Schwarzenegger's bio, his movie, and he was ruthless. Like, he would sabotage everyone around him.
Really?
Yeah, even though he's like a really cool guy and we all love him. When he was in Mr. Olympia, he would tell people that, like, hey, Arnold, can you give me some advice? And like sabotage him. Right? And so, and he talks about his own biography on his movie. Mm-hmm. And I was mentioning to people that, about the biography, how he was ruthless.
Yeah.
And after that is when we're going to take you to Shotsies restaurant and destroy your life.
Okay.
But what you're missing is Victoria Walker introduced me through Michael Bialis and Brian Longbotham after I came back to California.
Yeah.
Should have no communication with my IRC conversations while I'm in Colorado. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So all these things are connected, which shouldn't be. And that's the Shotsies restaurant. That goes really deep and gets complex.
We'll have to talk about
to try to send me hidden messages to make everyone think that I'm schizo and I think I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, so that's it.
Okay.
You have to go. I think we should probably spend the next dialogues on the Terrence Strogan's frame jobs, on the specifics, and then go into Bailey Bernard. Unless you have any thoughts.
Well, I'd like to hear, I mean, if it's okay to hear more about Shotzi's restaurant, too.
Okay, we can throw that
But the most important thing, whatever you want to focus on, too.
Okay, but most importantly, understand we're trying to flip you into schizophrenia or make you look schizo by saying Kevin thinks he's Arnold Schwarzenegger because he read Arnold Schwarzenegger books, he started working out.
Which is ridiculous.
He talked about Arnold Schwarzenegger's bio.
I mean, how many people talk about him, you know? Like
everyone in the world. I mean, he at one time was the talk of all talk. And that's why he has Planet, what is it?
Fitness?
No, what's his restaurant? Planet Hollywood. And
that's his restaurant? I didn't even know
that. You know, he's like more green shirts, like a billionaire. And so everyone talks about him, but to say, Kevin, because you started lifting, and when you started lifting at 14, you also listened to Damn Yankees and Dokken and Guns N' Roses, so you're also a danger because the title Guns N' Roses and Damn Yankees infers Civil War things, taking things out of context and just...
Things that aren't things.
Yeah, things that don't make any sense, but actually like hiring creative writers to take fragments of my life and turn them into thing after thing and then disseminating it worldwide.
Right.
Okay. And then telling me you're not allowed to defend yourself by talking about what's been done to you.
By telling the truth.
Correct. So you saw that little sort of Patricia Violet's thugging email about ethics and writing, which we first started in on an hour and a half ago. You get the connected events from these random people targeting me all across the world.
Right.
And then all coming back to, but nobody knows you. You're just a violent paranoid schizo.
Right. Trying to,
Right? I'm just some random violent paranoid schizo.
Nobody
knows me, that's met with attacks all day and night, 24/7, worldwide, now witnessing it for 18 years, which has actually been going on, escalating since 5 years old, with families following me from state to state, notifying mass groups of this disinformation and paying off people to do these things with the government until 1994 and the internet, and then having a pedestal to the entire planet to hunt me. Yeah, it is going on. And before, I know you have to go.
What time is it?
To 12:19.
Oh yeah.
One last thing, as far as the people showing up and stalking me, what have you witnessed? Just really quickly.
I've seen all the patterns and the whistles and.
Just rattle my little.
What?
More specific though.
What is it called? Camo and yellow shirts and black and the all black clothing.
Okay, so how many greens
know.
and green camos do you think you saw?
20 maybe.
20. I saw more like 10, but still.
No, there was a bunch though.
Or maybe. Oh yeah, no, you're right. I was thinking just the camos, the green. Yeah, no, she's right. Okay, so 20. Now remember, importantly, as I left the house talking into my other camera, I said I'm probably going to see lots of people in greens and green and blacks and yellows. And so we saw them. Then the parking lots. You've seen the parking lots, and we compared the human, non-natural, manipulated human behaviors. 1.5 whistlers, so that's really hard to pinpoint. And I think there were a few stripes. Oh, and tons of grand blacks. The grand blacks, which you always do. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Until next time, I guess next week. And thank you, Brittany. And we'll probably go through Terrence Strogan's and Shotzi's.
Okay.
Okay, so arriving at El Camino Shopping Center, Calabasas, where I'm meeting Brittany at Planet Sushi. Today's tactics might be red and blacks and green shirts and green and blacks, I'm guessing. Then I'm sure it'll progress the longer I'm there. And also the cars backwards, pairs of twos backwards, things like that. Sort of noting the V-dub here. Okay, so just as we arrive, I'm documenting. Notice how there's pairs of twos together backwards. Even more importantly, a copper here. So hopefully I have his plate. Okay, more pairs of twos backward. I mean, they're spread everywhere backwards. But I just sort of want to note the pairs and twos and threes because it's more obvious. You can't say, well, everyone parks backwards, because everyone doesn't park backwards, and it's actually rare that people park backwards except starting after 2011, after I parked backwards once, and then everyone started doing it. But in between the cars backwards are the pairs of twos together, showing that people are migrating next to each other in case I arrive at a public location to make me mentally ill, to kill me, for what I know. So that's easier to pin down. Now here's our Xterra. Okay, notice how these cars are grouped together backwards, two Mercedes. I just kind of want to note the Xterra because I was documenting the Xterra and the yellow person in yellow as I was leaving my house, saying that we might see things, okay, or we might see things with yellows or Xterras. Okay, a second Xterra. Okay, now that's a fairly rare car. Okay, so like I told you, two Xterras, but they're spread, right? So you can't dial it in like you want to, or it's harder to prove, I should say. Okay, so now look how most of these, they're spread, some forward, some backwards, but we got the twos together, right? That's where it gets obvious. And the horn honkings and twos when they see me, or threes, right here once again, right? Okay, so let's see if we can find a good parking spot. Brittany's supposed to be in 8 minutes, but that never happens. I think we have the lot semi-covered. Okay. Also notice the aggression in Calabasas is a lot higher. Two Rangers, black Rangers, right? The aggression towards me in Calabasas is a lot higher. My father lived out here. I can't remember what year he moved out here. So the point, okay, a guy leaving, a yellow shirt, which is just one of them. But the point I'm making is that we're closer to my father's lives where I grew up and things like that, right? At a younger age. Okay, so I don't see a good spot. Okay, so this guy's leaving, and that other yellow shirt was leaving. And you're gonna say, well, Kevin, that's a coincidence. And sometimes it is, or a lot of times it is. But a lot of times it's not. They're sort of coordinated and planned. Like, you know, there's two of these Xterras, and they're very rare cars. Not only is the Xterra a rare car, but the two yellows like that. And the fact that I've had, like, I can't tell you how many groups of people working on me in that car. Okay, so my point earlier was the amount of aggression that we're gonna see at Calabasas is way higher than other cities, and that's not because I've done anything wrong. It's because the lies originate with my father living and family living out in this area. Okay, one last thing. What was I gonna say? When we leave, if all the cars are forwards, you'll see on video the change in behavior of people going from this way to that way, showing that something freaky based on mass communication is going on. Okay, the guy in gray and black here kind of softly hit his hand against the front of my car, making a noise. The lady with him is wearing a green shirt, and he's wearing the gray and blacks. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly go in and get Subway while we wait for Brittany.
Okay, the guy in gray and black here kind of softly hit his hand against the front of my car, making a noise. The lady with him is wearing a green shirt, and he's wearing the gray and blacks. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go in and get Subway while we wait for Brittany. Okay, more green shirts and gray and blacks.
Parking mode on.
Okay, first, notice the girl with stripes going in. I just wanted to document the 2 yellows sitting outside waiting for me. The guy with the yellow thing cleaning, and many more. But I'm going to put this camera here while I meet with Brittany. Okay, so we're leaving Starbucks. We have 2 reds there. We still have tons of people showing up. Well, I was talking to Brittany for an hour and a half. Huge groups, like I said, with green shirts and green and black camo. 3 yellow Xteras. This guy pulled up there. They're here in this yellow car. Brittany saw that. There's another person looks like they're involved. Most importantly, the Persian guy sitting, I think he's Persian, whatever. The guy, one of the yellow shirts that was waiting for me before I got here, is actually still sitting here staring at me in the parking lot. And let's get him on video if he's still staring at me.
Parking mode off.
There he is. He's over here, and he's just kind of staring at me.
An impact was detected during parking mode.
I kind of gave him a wink. Okay, so now we can kind of see the groupings of 3s together, even though they were together all throughout the lot. But I sort of talked to Brittany how this lot is a lot more aggressive with the cars backwards, because this is more of my roots, where I grew up with. Even though I didn't do anything wrong then, you can notice that the Calabasas is beyond any level of pissed off at me, exerting more resources than other areas. Okay, one last thing. What was I gonna say? When we leave, if all the cars are forwards, you'll see on video the change in behavior of people going from this way to that way, showing that something freaky based on mass communication is going on.